Okay, this is a sequel game. No. Please adjust. Shit. Go with that. Please enter the correct time. The correct time. Oh Christ. It's asking team. It's 8, half 8.
8:28.
8:28. Don't know what is that. Game's never asked me the time before. Okay.
Ron wants us to put the cat on the floor.
No. Right. Suppose just begin game.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Okay. He was a very happy man.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time.
I didn't even know there was a
But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
I don't think it makes much difference.
Yeah, I'm not playing the first one. I just got Kirsty's basically joining me today because she said you need to play this game because it's free on PlayStation this month, and I know absolutely nothing about this. Like, I didn't even know there was a game before this. I just thought this is maybe like a one of one. I didn't know there was a thing. Are you normal or you're ultra deluxe? I think it's an ultra deluxe one we've
Can you
got.
turn the volume up a bit? Yeah, it's ultra deluxe. Just because it's all just voice.
What do you mean on your end?
Yeah.
I can't do your end.
Oh, okay.
Is it your... Give me a second. And somebody wanted their audio sorting, so I was sorting your audio. Right, okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay. Meeting room, I guess it's out here. Doors open. I don't know if I like should be looking for clues or just simply just walking. I'll just walk because all doors are open. I'm glad you did well as well, Compton, dude.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Now Dane's got to figure out which is his left.
I know which one's on the left, but I feel like it's a trick question.
Go through whichever door you want.
Go through the door on the left. Just for the sake of it, I'm gonna go right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Okay.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to
Is it
spend a
worth
few
it?
moments here in this
Sure.
immaculate, beautifully constructed
I'm
room.
glad you chose the other door
Stanley
now.
simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Can I get a drink? No.
Yes, really, really worth it being here. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
What's that possible? Oh, so I want to go straight on.
Well, the narrator said the first open door on your left. So
Yeah, it did say the first door on my left.
go where you want to go.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
He saw a big red button.
Yeah.
He's screwed.
Can I jump?
No.
Nah.
Not yet.
Right, this way. I'm guessing that's why I would have come. Quite bright out there today, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
for not getting fired.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Put it up inside you. Take out passive aggressively other co-workers. Resent other co-workers.
Lovely.
Where the broom closet?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay. Where is... Okay, no one's here.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Oh, right there. So, 2.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
I really do not know what to expect. That's why I've been so quiet. I just feel like, okay.
Another red button, Dane.
I feel like it's gonna drop down there though. It's the only way to go. Yes, I'm going that way. We're going down. We're yelling timber.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Okay.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Mind control facility. Escape.
Which way are you going?
It's like a desk in there. It's just a fact that's just like coloured on. Mind control facility. I don't really know.
Go where you want to go.
I know. I can go wherever I want to go, but I don't fucking know. I'm good. I have the curiousness. I want to go that way, but I feel like I'm intrigued because I want to listen to the guy telling me what to do. But part of me wants to be rebellious and kind of go this way.
He'll get angry.
It gets angry. I'll be a good boy.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible
opposite,
secret did
okay.
this place hold?
That's the best
Stanley
way to
thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I can imagine I've watched Call Me Kevin play this.
Oh God.
Yeah, he fucked about.
Why is it all about these desks here?
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Hey boss, hope you're having a good day, dude.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept
How
it.
you doing?
His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life
dear.
utterly
Make sure you drink some
blind
water,
to the
paracetamols.
world?
Yeah, done so. You're going to a wild party last night, I'm assuming.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Hello, Liam. The W. I went to his last name. Oh dear, one of them nights. Well, that could always be a sign of good evening as well. Make sure you get an earlier night tonight. Sleep off the hangover. On, off.
You gonna turn it on or off?
Turn it on.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start.
This guy's really weird.
You'd like to know where your co-workers are?
Yeah, where are they?
A moment of solace before you're obliterated. All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying
It happens
alone.
when you do go drinking.
Other times,
Drinking on
I let the
eating
office
and,
sink into the
drinking on
ground,
empty stomach is,
swallowing
not the best, but
everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp.
All
I have
right.
to say this, though, this version of
turn it
events
off.
has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better.
Alright, let's go.
My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going
can't
to
move
put
at the
some
minute.
extra time on the clock.
I know, I
like
moved by
that.
accident.
These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees.
Hey?
Oh
He's
dear
added
me,
another
what's the
minute
matter,
just to enjoy
Stanley?
himself.
Is it that
Oh.
you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge.
Everyone down there.
It's a tragedy. You wanted
The
to
door is
control
up.
this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Is that me dead?
If you run out of time, yeah. But don't worry.
We're off to a good start.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, if you are just joining, I'm not played this game before, the Stanley game, but from what I'm gathering so far, it's a very freaking confusing game.
When Stanley came to a set of
You see
two
why I
open
didn't want to
doors,
tell you
he entered the
anything about
door on
it?
his left.
Right, we'll go left this time. But do let us know how you're all doing if you are just joining.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Okie doke.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I think I do. 2845.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf,
That's what I did.
looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845.
That's close.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Okay. No, I'm just gonna go okay. I'm just like agreeing with this guy. Why would I press up? I'll go down anyway.
There's nowhere to go up.
Right.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Neon hostile. Yeah, I'm just having a cheeky rum and coke, mate. I'll get him drunk though. Just having a one or two, mate.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength
Never played
to
it
find
before,
out?
dude. Never played it before. I don't have a clue what I'm doing. Crompton says this is a great game. It's got multiple endings, all I know. And yeah, I can't really honestly say much about this game because I don't have a fucking clue what's going on.
I told him to play it.
Yeah. Are you enjoying your time?
Thus far.
This far? So far, yeah. I don't have a clue what's going on. I'm just kind of, I'm intrigued.
Now the monitors jumped to life. Their true nature revealed.
I look very confused.
Each bore the number of an employee in the building.
Very confused.
Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen. And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Well, you enjoy it? Yeah, no. That's the thing. I am enjoying it. That's why I will keep saying like I'm confused and whatnot because I don't know what to expect. Because normally when I normally research into games, but Kirsty's told me don't look into this game, download it and just play it. I don't know absolutely fuck all about this game, so that's why I'm so confused and why she's here with me because.
It would have spoiled it if you knew how it went.
Yeah, so this is why we're just doing. Hello, potato.
Otherwise, you would have got to like the two-door choice and would have gone, oh yeah, I'm just gonna do everything opposite everything he says. That'd be fun. Like that's when you really start to learn. Like,
yeah,
that's the point.
So yeah, I will be confused because I don't have a clue what's going
This
on. What to
mind
expect.
control facility. It was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Oh, right. Okay. Right, I'm here. I did on.
Oh, okay. I couldn't remember.
Is that just the ending there?
Blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Okay, beat the game. I've completed my 4th game of this year. So okay, so it's just, that was that first playthrough we've done, where that was that ending. So that was just doing as everything he told me to do, and that was quite simple. So we had a little figure out there where it's like you had the button part where I said no to him, so it can go different ways, obviously, which I already knew about different endings. So I'm gonna go through it again and do the opposite.
Are you asking me or telling me?
No, I'm just saying. So I'm gonna do a little bit of a rebellious playthrough now. So no, I don't. If you were here yesterday, Potato, I was playing with Ron yesterday. Hello, Bliss. Hello, hello, hello.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What will their mugs say?
Hey there, Treat. Mug say.
Yeah.
Thank you for the follow as well. I like work. Just hate the boss. Oh, okay.
No matter how hard Stanley looked,
Number one,
he
Dad.
couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I'm new. Welcome to the stream, Treat.
This is where you'd work. Just sharpening pencils all day.
Wow. Cheers.
Who farted?
Who farted?
You want that mug now.
That's a great one, that is. That is absolutely great. Oh, how you doing today, Treat? Welcome. But no, yeah, like yesterday, I did stream ETS yesterday, so I don't stream all the time. We don't really do like one stream a week normally. If we do, we didn't stream. I think it's like the first time you've been on stream in like 2-3 weeks.
Yeah. I was shouting at you yesterday.
Yeah, she pops in stream because I live in the same house as her, so she does.
Really?
Pop in. Yeah. So she does pop in.
By
She does.
phone it or something.
Yeah. So she does appear here and there. But no, we don't stream all the time. She don't like the same games as me.
What was that mug say?
How are you both doing? I'm doing well, Bliss. How are you doing today? Who farted? They're just gonna kind of just repeat themselves, aren't they? Be my Valentine. Can't even fucking see that one.
It's meant to say fuck, but it doesn't show the whole word, so you don't get in trouble for swearing.
Who farted? I should have a fucking count how many times it says who's farted. I hate Mondays.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm gonna go the other way. I'm doing well, thanks. I'm glad you did well, Bliss.
This was not the
Doing
correct
well.
way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Go, go, go. We're going, we're going. We've just done our first playthrough. We got the good ending.
The good boy ending where he does everything he's
Wow.
told.
Yes, this room.
And now we're doing
What
the
a
other one.
beautiful room.
Gorgeous room.
What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was but eager to get back to business. Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No. Is this what your office looks like? My office at work? No.
It's been one like that. Concrete walls.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible
Yeah,
he
Tree,
wasn't
we are
5
doing the
years
opposite
ago.
playthrough, so don't be like bossing. Be bossy.
No back seating. We're waiting for Dane to do his own
Yeah,
thing.
so we are doing the bad playthrough this time, like not listening. Warning, do not a jumper from car lift. Okay. I'm assuming I'm gonna get on this and it's gonna move. Just double checking.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult,
Compton's
but
like
the
walk off
fact
the
is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me,
No.
I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself.
Okay.
To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Nothing here.
That's her, Stanley.
She's on the
You
phone.
need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Look up. Where's the phone? You can answer it. You can unplug it from the wall.
It told me. He told me to do it, so I was like, I'm going to do this playthrough where I said I'm not going to do as he says.
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white
No.
light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone?
Yes.
No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds
was
his
good.
wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone
this
is
narrative
actually
is so
somehow
good.
an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please
Don't be
observe
fast
this
now.
helpful instructional video.
Okay.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person.
I hope you're
But
learning.
if
Take
used
notes. You get a
incorrectly,
quiz
can
at the end.
also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to
It
make
does
life
sound like
better
the
for
one
all
that's-
people.
I'll agree to that.
Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice
That's
would
you.
you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back sack and crack."
A back sack and crack.
Practice.
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Okay.
Did you learn something?
Welcome
No.
back. You may
Well,
have
therefore,
noticed
isn't it?
that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
This is... Okay. We're going all the way back through? Okay. Oh, really?
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping
Oh,
off the
no.
platform and
Put the
dying.
thing on it, I can't jump
Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Okay. This is where he's going backwards.
Do not lie. Read that side.
Do not
You
lie. If you're lying, right now, stop.
Hey, is this what the broom closet is?
Okay.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
This is the door.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave
Okay.
exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door
You
on
can see
his
why I wanted to
left.
be here now, don't you?
It's made me walk all the way back through here to go to this choice again. You know what I'm gonna do?
No! Why did you do that? Quickly,
Look at the picture
hurry
on the
back
wall.
in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Go back. You can't go anywhere else. Crompton's like, good choice. He's like the antithesis of the narrator.
Alright, we're the only way we can go that way.
Oh, it's ruined.
Okay.
I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that you... My story! You've destroyed my work! Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Shut the game down now.
Oh!
Oh, you broke it. You broke the game now. Just listen to him.
Oh! I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that?
No, you
Quickly,
did the same
hurry
thing.
Oh, I'm gonna get the same thing again.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to.
Is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay.
It'd be funny if they got Matt Berry to narrate this. Blah, blah.
Oh, yes. Guy from IT Crowd.
Yeah.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Push. We need a read. I got to stand and read them for it take too long.
Oh yeah, you just need a quick look to realise broom closet. You just need a quick look to realise that there are some nonsense. Can you not open it?
Not I'm aware of. No.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yeah, I think you have to follow the path for this one because he's locked it now because it's restarted the game. It will break if you go anywhere else.
Didn't realise it could. Oh, could I?
I can't remember.
Oh. This room's a bit different.
Yeah.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Nightshark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out.
Okay.
Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
$115.
I say night shark.
Stanley spoke the code. Nightshark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Nightshark 115.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you?
I don't know if it
Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Press. What's that? Speak clearly.
Okay, fine. You're not going to do it. But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley,
What?
please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot
So the
exist
story
without
can't
you. Do you
progress because
understand
you
me?
aren't controlling
Whatever
him.
choice you make is
So that's
just
the
fine. You're
ending.
both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything.
You're so confused.
I need this.
I think
The
Bliss is
story
confused as well now.
Oh, don't worry, bless. I'm completely. What the fuck?
Can you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice.
And that's how I met your mother.
What's the right thing to do? Take as much time as you need.
Okay.
You need to get back to that phone and answer that phone. And it's a different ending, I think. I don't know how. I can't remember how many endings though.
Oh Christ.
But you know, just play
All
it
of his
your,
co-workers
however
were
you
gone.
want to, as much
What
as you
could it
want.
mean?
And then you just stop when
Stanley
you're done.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
But the broom closet.
You in the bloody broom closet.
You get in the broom closet.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it about? But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
How you can get into the broom closet, but not until you're not the Deluxe door, I think. Okay.
Really? I thought you could. Alright,
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's
All of a
incredible he
sudden.
wasn't fired years ago.
no, go on the yellow thing. I can't remember Quentin.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
That was such a fuzz. That was such a good...
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
The older versions.
It's very important, this broom closet. You can see it as we're all discussing it.
I'm assuming it's bloody so.
It's a great broom closet. If you go left.
When Stanley came to a set
Go
of
left.
2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh yeah, the meeting room. This is outside of it.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his
Oh.
boss's office, hoping he might
Oh, it's
find an
great
answer
in here.
there.
Go in here. Go in here. It's great in here.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing
I think there
here,
is.
so he turned
I think
around
you have to,
and
like,
got back
start
on
from
track.
fresh to do that with. You gonna stay in here? Yeah. Oh, go back in there.
There was nothing
Where's the
here.
bucket?
No choice to
Where's
make,
the bucket,
no
guys?
path to follow, just an
I think the
empty broom
bucket and-
closet. No
is a
reason
different
to
one.
still be here.
You could just stay in there for like an hour or something, and it gives you the room closet ending.
Really? Okay.
Coming to a staircase,
Yeah, go on,
Stanley
breathe
walked
it.
upstairs
I
to
wanna see
his
what
boss's
happens.
office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours.
1,
He
2,
might be
B4.
fired for that. And in
Close.
such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
Bliss just
All of my
sighed.
co-workers
Like,
blinking
here we
mysteriously
go.
out of existence in a single moment for no
PT.
reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went?
do
And
they
for
close
that
back
matter,
behind him?
these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself,
just
this
in a
is
loop?
all
I
too
think we
strange.
are.
This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of
Thank
his
you
tongue.
very much for the
He
fo-
just
for
hadn't
the
found
sub.
the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled.
That pay you?
This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief
Hey, Paver, how you
Stanley felt
doing?
to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He
Thank you
wasn't
very much for the
crazy
sub.
after
Appreciate
all.
that.
He
Legend.
thought
Thank
to
you,
himself,
thank you.
I suppose I'll wake
9
up soon.
months.
I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself
Indeed
flying
it has,
and began
mate.
to
It
gently
has
float
indeed
above the
been-
ground.
How you been keeping?
Then he
What you been
imagined
doing
himself
yourself?
soaring
Eh?
through space
going.
on a magical
saying,
star
I feel
field,
like I was-
and it too appeared. It was
You're
so
imagine-
much
you're dreaming.
fun, and Stanley marveled
So he's
that he had
changing his
still not
dream.
woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I was
Okay.
doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts.
This
he
game
thought.
is so
And while he
confusing.
thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream.
Good boss.
How could it be?
Got a degree. Oh,
Was
very
Stanley
nice.
simply
We got a
deceiving
degree in.
himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take
Class.
responsibility
I've
for
never
himself?
played it before.
He's so
Stanley is
confused.
as
I'm
awake
so
right now
so
as
confused.
he's
That's why
ever
I'm probably
been in
looking
his
very
life.
confused.
Now, hearing the voice speak
I've
these
never
words
played
was
this before.
quite
I
a
know
shock
nothing
to
about it.
Stanley. After all,
I'm getting the,
he knew for certain, beyond a
gist of
doubt,
it.
that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his
Okay.
skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
That was a very calming kind of voice, wasn't it?
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Hi, Mariella. Mariella was
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she
going for the same thing you're going
Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
That's that ending. That was an interesting ending. Oh my Christ, that was an interesting one. That was an interesting one. That one was.
Oh, I love that ending.
That is a good one.
It's just the twist of this is the story of Mariella.
And you're
like, what?
Is this gonna be going through again or something different? Fucking. Oh dear, oh dear. But people, if you didn't know, there's a brand new vlog out today. If you haven't checked it out, make sure you do. We had a special guest feature in the vlog this week, so if you haven't checked it out, make sure you do. Because we have a new vlog every single Saturday, live at 7, if you haven't done so already. I love how calm. Wait, from calm.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Yeah.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So we threw ourselves off that time, didn't we?
Yeah.
Okay, we did that one. Okay, that's all right. It's all right.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yeah, do whatever you want.
Trying to remember. That's the thing when you do it so much. I'm trying to remember what you actually do.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
So we went down last time. We'll go
Coming
up.
to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
No. So is there a door open this side?
Executive bathroom.
Oh, okay.
Because the boss knows what the boss says goes. If the boss suffered loss, then that's what the boss chose.
Is that it?
Yeah, it's the bathroom.
Okay. Some doors here. Oh.
Panda.
Oh yeah.
Being shot.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Pretty much. Nothing. Oh.
again.
I pressed up last time.
Play the music.
Does it not go anywhere?
No.
Oh, for fuck's sake! For fuck's sake! I thought we were going to go
The
somewhere
moment he
different.
entered his manager's
Right.
office, Stanley
2845.
froze in
Go
his
do it.
tracks. Not a living soul anywhere.
2.
Could he really
Eight.
be all
Get the
alone?
patrols.
This was too
5.
much for Stanley to take. Stanley
know
was in
that?
such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Guys, enjoy the New Age music. Liz says, as Stanley stood near the
Feeling
picture, he realised
soothed
it went
and
nowhere.
rejuvenated,
That's what I was expecting.
Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Can I go back out of the room?
No, every door closes behind you.
Ah.
That's where you get your chance to do it. There and then. You need to go to the escape exit, ending and exit. You notice there's my
Yeah,
entry
escape.
and escape. Yeah.
Because I technically I've got that escape one, and I've got the buttons as well to do.
Yeah.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although
Oh, I
this
said I lost
passageway
something
had
there,
the
you
word
stood there for
escape
so
written
long.
on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Cool.
Okay.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Oh, Bliss, you missed the mind
At this
control
point,
ending.
Stanley was
Basically,
making
Dane
a
did the
conscious,
first ending.
concerted
Dane
effort to
did
walk
everything he was
forward
told to.
and willingly confront
You
his
missed that
death.
one. We've already been in there.
Is that the good boy ending?
Yeah, we turned it off and we went home.
Oh. 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 Okay.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent
Oh,
end
anyway.
to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Who the fuck is this? This ain't
Oh.
our narrator, is it, Bliss? The Stanley Parable.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
90%
When
of this
every
game was
path you
being
can walk
confused.
has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley
This
was
is the
already
floor plan
dead from
of
the
the
moment
game.
he
Oh.
hit start?
So the corridor, and then the office layout. That's your office.
Oh.
So you're in the Stanley Parable Museum.
Oh.
Ah, the filing cabinets, they're classic.
1, 2, 3. I guess that's a different sort of thing. The office. The buttons.
That you didn't do that ending yet. try to. The office
Office.
computers.
Okay, so there's all like things that are got pictures over here.
Yeah, all the pictures that are on the wall in the office.
Oh, okay.
Dane's have no servant.
Stanley's. No, it doesn't do nothing. I'm intrigued with the doors 1, 2, 3.
It's just saying the numbered doors.
Oh, I thought it was like some
the
maybe like
office.
some sort of ending or something.
More stuff. Walls.
Huh.
Phone.
Oh, it's bloody big, isn't it?
It's a museum.
I know it is, but I'm just saying. Oh. Oh.
The Zending model.
Hey.
The clown desk? Is that what it said? Or the countdown desk?
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how
No.
much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen
Oh,
to
back
me.
here.
You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Turn off your PlayStation. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Stanley. You look so confused.
I am so good,
Turn back to
confused.
your computer. Go back to your computer. Signature?
Nothing.
Oh, close the door. That was how you do it. Okay.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the
Exactly.
pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome
This is
fell under
dangerous.
his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy.
Happy.
Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Is that it?
That's an ending!
Is that it?
But it's done now, so if people ask for it, you've done it.
Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the
told you this
meeting
game was
room.
like replayability.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I just thought it was going to be like one playthrough, then you do like later. I thought it was going to be like not so like variety of different endings like this. I thought it was going to be
You
like
thought it was more like Until Dawn.
yeah,
and
all
there's
that sort
like the endings are based off your decision.
Yeah.
It's the same storyline you're following.
new content.
Ah, the new content door.
Oh, new content? What does that mean,
Let's put the
new
Deluxe
content?
Here you go. I love the bucket. Is the bucket here? I love Bliss is experiencing the exact same as you.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
So what you've been playing up to now
Oh,
is
well,
just the
this
Stanley
sounds
Parable. Now you're in the Ultra
delightful.
Deluxe.
I'm very excited to see the
Okay.
thrilling
Stanley
new
Parable, that's what
Ultra
you do.
Deluxe content.
That's what I was saying. It doesn't matter which one you play.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go.
moving.
All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Gimme the content, Stanley.
I told you there was jumping at some point.
All right. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
35 times and only in a circle, though.
Only in the circle.
Yeah, walk out the circle. You press X.
Oh,
You can't jump.
I got a trophy for that.
Bliss is excited about the jump circle.
New content, the jump circle. Is that literally it?
That's what you paid for, the Ultra Deluxe version. If you can use up all your jumps in one go. Well, if you want to come back to the jump circle later and jump again.
I'm fun.
This is risky. It's a risky choice. What if he wants one of these jumps later when he has to come back to the jump circle?
Something like that.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be
No.
something else, right?
No! He's gonna use all his jumps.
I'll keep one. That one special jump.
Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is
That's
new
this day and
content,
age.
then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And if... Oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes.
Okay.
I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it.
I love that
I'm
Bliss
ready
is
for
named the
whatever it
narrator
is.
Wallace, 'cause he sounds like Wallace. You can't jump off the edge.
Oh no, I'm just looking to see if there's anything down there.
Thank you for enjoying the new content.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's trophies, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test trophy, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Is that literally it? It's just it's...
We had jumping Wallace. It
Hold
was
on,
great
hold on,
content.
hold on. I know. First thing I noticed.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
Okay.
Crouching now.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Okay.
Yeah, jumping Wallace. It was great content.
Huh?
Do you not want to play Hogwarts Legacy?
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap PlayStation port? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Woken up, she doesn't need us anymore.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all.
Yes, Bliss, we're in a shrine.
It isn't even the Stanley Parable
Wallace has
anymore.
made a,
It's just a
shrine
husk
to the original.
now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
The door's open now.
Okay.
An hour of elevator. He didn't even mention the jumpings though, did he? He just doesn't appreciate the jump zone.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com.
GameSpot.
The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. All they had to do was transport it in pristine condition along to the PlayStation. Boom, done. And they couldn't even do that. Couldn't resist the urge to go meddling with a beloved franchise.
I'll go back through there.
These were simpler times, Stanley. What I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
And there's open now anyway.
Yeah, no, that's what I was like. That's what you said behind you.
Because the door there was open.
This one wasn't. That's the first one I tried doing.
Anyway, the door down there's open.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no, oh God, no, Stanley. It's a collection of reviews from Pressurized Gas, the extremely popular online storefront for computer games. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art.
Like
I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
That was good.
Funny!
Oh, another one.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Another bad review.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not... Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's...
gonna be a couple months.
Hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to...
Nothing's happening.
Skip. Oh, the battery's gone in the smoke detector. Skip it. Battery will die eventually.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being.
You still don't notice you
Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than...
God knows how much time it's been.
The end is never the end, 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 is...
I don't think actually behind this. No. With Brett Wallace. He's lost his mind.
Oh.
Oh.
Stuff's starting to disintegrate. Plants are coming through the roof. Anyway. We'll just skip through the chaos. Oh, the sun's out.
Just keep skipping. Oh.
Oh, wow. Oh, no. Anyway.
Gone. We go again.
This game was about being in an office.
Oh.
My button fell over. Oh, shit.
Oh. Can I not press that anymore?
No, your button's broken.
Oh, if we could just stop.
It's probably been millions of years though now.
I want the button. I don't know what I'm doing. I still can't jump.
In a jump circle, so. So anyway, what do you think of the game? Yeah, it says the end is never here.
Huh.
So you enjoyed the game? Did you like the million a year time skip ending?
Yes.
From your office game?
Yes. That was definitely a thing. It's been 35 years since
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
that was definitely
Stanley
a
decided to go to
ending.
the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New content?
New content.
Oh wow, you can't
Oh,
resist
good.
new
You
content.
notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
We've got new content.
I hope it's more jumping.
Same. Ah, the elevator.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Wasn't as impressive when you weren't staring looking at it.
Oh.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged
End is
sequel.
never the
An
end,
entirely
never
new
again.
experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress
Oh,
and
the
innovation
downside is all the
and
different,
long-term franchising
versions of the
potential.
logo they did.
Oh.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Us? New content. Content! Can I go anywhere? Oh.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Bucket.
Oh, this button got.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people.
Stand back and see what
So
that
with
says.
that in mind, my
Button
first
that says
addition to
your
the
name
game
of
is
the
this
player playing the
button,
game.
which speaks the name of the
Okay.
person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this
Okay, I'm
feature.
playing Jim.
Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep
Now,
breath,
for a call Jim.
clear your mind,
Hey up,
forget
Jim.
whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Do you feel like
I want
Jim?
you to imagine
I
yourself
always felt
living
like
as
Jim.
Jim,
Cool.
sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a
Jim.
rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
Again.
Jim.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim.
Anyway, go see more new content.
Jim.
Yes, I know you're Jim, Rebel. Go back
Jim.
to the main lobby.
I'm Jim.
Yes, Jim. That's what we said at our wedding vows. This is button design process.
Jim. My name is Jim. Jim is love. Jim is life. Ooh.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
That way to go. Came from that way.
The bucket! Go to the bucket. Hello.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance
Look at the bucket. It's coming
You
down.
see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually
Best content
redesigning the
ever.
game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing
why every time I go in
despair,
queue, you want a
must
bucket.
already be
The
sweeping
reassurance
through your
bucket.
body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
I agree.
The benefits of the
Thank
bucket
you.
seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
I gotta keep the bucket.
Yeah, you should reassurance bucket now. It's part of the sequel.
Yay, I got a bucket. And my name's Jim. I've got two great things.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already. Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
She said she was 12.
Hey?
She said she was 12.
She said she was 12.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
Thank you.
It's all over the pictures.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Okay. Free new easy trophy. All that you receive a new trophy. No more steps.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes, You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the trophy will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the trophy is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
How are you enjoying the
New content.
yeah, the new content. The new content.
The new content is great. I got a bucket. My name's Jim.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen
Jump
yet?
circle. Did one jump.
You know what, Stanley? I actually think the jump circle was a pretty good idea. I'd like to hang on to that for the sequel.
You can use it. He used his last jump. Can I jump now? Ah, Bliss is happy now.
That's new.
Find them all. You need to find all the collectible Stanleys.
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Okay. Oh. Don't think I'm actually going anywhere. Oh, that. Okay.
It's there. The collectible's there.
Okay, I'm getting closer. Still got the bucket.
Everyone reaching for it. Just see it 1 of 6. Oh, number go up.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic. Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever.
Okay.
That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Drop as you fall forever.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say
There's
so.
no bottom to it.
Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop
No.
back up to the top,
Let's see
and we
some
can
more of this
continue onward.
No, we want to see more of this one.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
We're staying here.
Mm-hmm. It's a good hole. What do you think?
Great content.
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
I feel like we're married.
Again.
Look,
Press triangle.
things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just
Constance
put
again.
all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite. If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you. Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no. You have a weird soul. Oh.
It's shorter.
Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Okay.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where...
Again.
Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lies come to haunt me.
Get in it!
Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
I love how you have to teleport because you can't jump in this game.
I can't.
Is the
Yeah, I know you can't jump.
teleport button
to
not
teleport.
I can't teleport.
Oh.
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment
I got no
ago.
more jumps.
Try it again.
We told you to save him.
Still nothing? Well, I suppose there's one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Bliss, it's Willow. Willow says hi to Bliss.
Huh?
You got to think about what you did.
It's a sound though.
Your hole getting bigger. You know what? On the bright side, at least we have the bucket.
True. And my name's still Jim.
Yeah.
Oh. Bit dramatic. That's it. Me and this hole.
Press X. Press X. It's like GTA cinematic mode. Greatest sequel ever.
I like the.
I'm enjoying this game. Are you enjoying yourself?
Stronger. Now you're no longer using up the space
Oh,
of
yes.
mind. My head's stronger. Now you're no.
Jigman's fave was the one with the dinosaur bones. Here's up next.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley!
The narrator came back.
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Okay.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Hit the button that says Jim.
Yeah.
We did the bucket. We did the
Done.
trophy button. We did the
Collectibles.
hole. We did collectibles. Bliss liked the whole ending best.
That ending was quite good.
So funny.
What's this here then? That's it. Can I just leave?
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Oh, does this take me back to the core game?
I think so. I don't know. It means you're done with this area.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready?
No.
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
No.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up.
Okay.
All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Oh.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Button now.
Oh yeah.
Stanley worked.
Balloons are here now.
Oh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bucket
Bucket? Where?
on the pedestal.
Oh.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Go take a little balloon.
Get well someday.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Here is.
We've the new. Is it Royce Down Panel 2 now? We have the bucket.
We do.
The balloons.
We've got all the good stuff.
The infinite hole.
Yeah,
the
which
jump
we've got
circle.
otherwise.
Yeah, I've sorted it.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Leave my bucket alone. Oh, is it me and my bucket having living in an apartment?
Yeah, so basically, if you answered the phone the first time, you would have had a wife there.
Oh. It's better than a bucket. Was that a hello button?
Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press X to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
He's having a mental breakdown.
You've already done that ending, mate. Press circle to take me back home with you.
Okay.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It
No, it's
can't
not
think.
just a bucket.
It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man. Press X for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to.
bucket?
Now all he cares about is
Here
this
in the
awful
kitchen.
bucket.
That's the
This
thing.
stupid hunk
Oh.
of
You
metal.
just want the bucket for a waste paper basket.
It just look from that distance, alright?
You don't truly love the bucket. Ignore anyone in your life except me.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley?
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier.
He's coming around to the
more
bucket.
capable
He
of
is.
transporting liquid.
Everyone
Like it would be
does in the
better at
end.
moving an amount of water from
I'm really sure it's
one room
bucket.
to another.
Relive the same day with me over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket.
Not coming round.
Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Go home. Go to work. Go
Oh
home.
no. I'm having feelings.
Ooh, romantic candlelight.
What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks.
Bucket!
What's wrong with me? I don't understand.
the bucket!
Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Close your eyes.
What did he do with the bucket?
Go back to work, Stanley.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
I'm going to keep right.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay, bucket ending was the strangest because what the fuck was that? Well, you settled down and you married your bucket and you had some romantic evenings with your bucket.
He has a very romantic evening with
And
your
you
bucket.
went to work with your bucket and you went home with your bucket.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely
see why I
superficial
thought
and
the bucket in
convenient?
this room goes
That your
together?
life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go
No,
on,
it's just a
Stanley.
bucket.
Lay
do
into
this with a
it.
statement.
Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together.
I mean,
Go
we had
through
a lot of
each of them point
experiences.
by
Right,
point.
but quite a bit.
Share your
a
journal
romantic
entries
evening.
detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Fucks the bucket.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Go down.
Downstairs was the infinite loop. I don't know if it'll do it again, but I'm just saying that's what it was.
I'm intrigued.
The bucket might help with this.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend.
Where's
It
the
was
bucket?
the only way to truly restore his sanity.
We need the
And then
bucket.
suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
I don't know.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work.
Mariella, she's got a bucket!
But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who
Mariella,
had stumbled
you're the best
through
character in
town,
this whole
talking
thing.
and screaming to himself, and then collapsed
No
dead
bucket.
on the sidewalk.
Aww.
Right away, she knew what the problem was.
He did have a bucket.
This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an
Mariella
illusion
just
and it's
wants
all
a
just a
promotion.
video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him.
Mariella for
Perhaps he
promotion.
didn't even
She
realize
deserves
he'd
it.
forgotten his
She
bucket
shouldn't
at
have
home in the
got this
first
show.
place. How
She has a
cruel the
bucket.
world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
You go, Mariella.
Oh, I need a bucket in my life.
Mariella just wants to live her life and then we just stop it in its tracks. Yeah.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps the confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
I like the sticker stays.
Well, it's because it's a continuation, really.
Oh, that's different.
Oh, yeah.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
All right,
I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Okay, thank you.
Stay there, there's still more. Like a really good bucket.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Terrible bucket with those stickers on for £24 on Etsy.
Really? Hold on. If I go to this one, there you go. Try it now. You can actually buy it on Etsy for £24. Does anyone want to buy me a bucket? There you go, birthday idea.
I was just gonna see if the stickers were sold, but no, someone actually made the whole bucket. That's so good.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Ah, collectible.
Oh.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Really enjoying the fact you got that figurine. Did you enjoy it? Because that's
So much.
That's the only reward you get. It's the satisfaction of a job well done. Why is the panda being shot?
Don't know.
I don't remember this room. Bliss says nicely found, Jim.
Thank you. Just want to see if anything else happens this time.
Oh, look, back here now. Everything's different, mate.
It is.
And the bucket.
Nothing changed. Stanley.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Bucket, yeah. Yes, the bucket is my love. Oh, collectible.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This,
Doctor, appreciate this.
There really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Stanlerine. Would have been better if it was a stand chew. like statue.
Yeah, that's very good.
Should have the elevator music here as well.
This is dramatic.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate.
Are we gonna do the...
It would be
good
all
ending
Stanley
with
could
the
do
bucket
to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Lights.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
I love my bucket.
You had that lovely night together after.
We did. It was a night to remember.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Me in the bucket.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Did everyone imagine that?
I did. What are we gonna get?
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support.
Hey?
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place, not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room.
Very good.
But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I?
Life to say.
Stanley gulped. Very
Any
soon now,
bucket I see, I'm just going to think of this game.
Why do you think we were all so excited about the bucket at the start? We were talking about the bucket.
Oh my Christ.
I thought you've only just caught up with the bucket conversation.
all of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Who cares?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply... Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Oh. How can we find... Oh, that's different.
Bottom text. The next slide came on.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas,
Hi, Jim.
no stickers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I don't know what to do.
Yes! I do remember that. But now I'm like, nah, mate. Haven't I grown as a person?
Yeah.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
We're going this way then.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Oh, hail the bucket. Indeed. Welcome to the stream. Bucket is love. Bucket is life. Yo, thank you very much for the follow as well. Thank you.
Brosif Salone.
Brosif. What a name, Brosif.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere.
Much appreciated.
Farewell, Stanley.
Oh, 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 oh.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal
I thought
jaws.
she might just go, what the
In a
fuck is
single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
Is that it? No.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Come on, I'm gonna read all the information about the bucket.
I'm not reading all the information.
Welcome to your grand exhibit. You are standing in the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within, a canvas void. A caverous void. I can't think of it. But through the use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Oh my god. Not substantiated. There we go. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept the open mind which may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were in ignorance and darkness?
I miss my bucket. Where's my bucket?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
It's like the picture of Da Vinci's
Oh,
man,
yeah.
But the bucket... A bucket with two handles. This bucket is restricted to having two handles. Such design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens put to death for attempting it.
For fuck's sake.
What about the bucket picture? 25 buckets. A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of a euphoria from the exposure of this many buckets at once.
Can I take this bucket? No.
The Inferno bucket, a replica of the Inferno bucket, which is in the medieval era, was so powerfully alluring.
Looks more to it. It does.
Drove dozens of nations to war with one another to control of it. Billions died, yet in spite of it all, simple fact remains: no one can control a bucket. It's way more than 25. Yeah. Cave drawing.
Oh, that's what's that?
Yeah. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of a practical use of the bucket, which at the time the bucket has already been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having been judged humanity is worthy of its treasures.
That should have been here. I don't know if he was here.
I don't think he was. It was just Kieran and...
I'll getting mixed up with yesterday. I know he was here yesterday.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one.
Oh,
it is man who should kneel before the bucket.
But the bucket museum, we're here.
Oh, it's important.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolised the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp on the bucket may be, that is always out of reach. Yet there's more out of reach. This distance inevitably is for our own good.
I think he wants me to fall down here, don't it? Oh no! Hey?
Oh, grab the bucket.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
We died. Me and Bucket died together. That was a beautiful ending.
Mm-hmm. What Bucket would have wanted?
Yeah.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Yes.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
What one should we do now? What's that? I've got the bomb countdown, haven't I?
Yeah, you should have done that one.
You should.
There will be a reward for finding them all.
Oh.
Yeah, we should probably do that one. We didn't do that one about the bucket.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned
I'm gonna
to
remember this
discover
number
not
for
an
life.
indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
It was great at the museum. We need one of those in my life.
We were kids, my dad always used to wind us up at the weekend saying we're going to a button museum.
Button.
We'd be like, what are we doing this weekend? We're going to the button museum, kids. No,
Stanley and the bucket
boring.
walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
But I don't think you're playing another game tonight.
No.
I didn't think you'd get this into it. I thought you'd do like a couple of endings and be like, okay, I'm done. I can't do
The
this
monitors
anymore.
jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone
I'm
in the
surprised, to be
office was
honest.
being
I thought like an
videotaped,
hour.
monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Everything is all right.
As long as the bucket's here.
Yeah, me and Bucket. As long as me and Bucket are here, life is great.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well?
No,
Had the
bucket
bucket
never
been
did.
told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Me and Bucket.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content.
Yeah, probably a shout.
Walking, eating, working,
3,
all of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
4.
And as the cold reality of his past began to
1,
sink in,
2.
Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends,
5.
Stanley and the bucket, up against the world.
1, 2.
They
3,
high-fived in a really cool way,
4,
and the bucket
5.
made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know if there's any more.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, but at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
Seagulls!
Silly,
birds.
silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
You're not going to watch the seagulls? Some good content here. Good content.
Oh, flamingos.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring
Yeah.
and surveilling silly birds all over the
Oh,
world.
yeah.
The mind controls were only a facade. to disguise its true
And,
intentions.
the parrot was
Let the
taking the
bucket know
leaves
this all
back out the
along.
box as she was putting them
Stanley
in.
marveled at
And
the
then she
metal
knew it was
genius
turn
in
around
his
and told him
hands,
off. And
the
then he
one
went and
who had
stole her
pointed him
broom.
towards this incredible
We were
discovery.
just watching on this happen.
Stanley and the bucket
that's
never
good. I
found
forgot about
freedom
that.
because they
So
spent the
good.
rest of their lives here in this place, living through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible
He
paths
is
his
definitely
life
the
could have
silliest
taken, this one was surely the best.
I was gonna say, you would probably
And Stanley was happy.
look at them walk with their wings out behind them. You got the bird ending.
The bird end? I didn't even know it was an ending.
So if you want to do the buttons, you can't take the bucket with you.
Oh, okay. We won't say bucket. Sorry, bucket. I'm gonna miss you, bucket.
I'm
Phone.
feeling anxious about it. What? Oh, the phone's ringing. Oh yeah, if the phone's ringing, do that one. Go back to your office.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Okay.
That's not his wife.
Oh. Stanley's wife.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Stanley's mom's girl.
Oh. A large room, lot of boxes, stairs, something to do with stairs. So we're both red and blue.
Oh no, oh no, 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 not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Lovely.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Kill surprise.
Not like that. It's just kind of like, nah, nah, nah.
Yes, Willow?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Use like 436.
Something like that.
Hey, Willow.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Freedom. And funny.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
No.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions.
3,
Happy
1, 2's over
or
there,
sad
3,
or
4,
content.
then 5.
Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time
Hello,
to
Stanley.
talk
My name's
about
Jim.
you, about me, where we're going.
Hello, welcome to the
what
stream,
all
my friend.
this
Welcome,
means.
welcome,
I
welcome.
barely know where to start.
Repeatedly respawning.
What's that?
It's perfect.
You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace
5.
before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood.
Welcome to the stream, my
You're
friend,
gonna
welcome.
die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased
I don't know
them.
numbers.
I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock right now. These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now?
Did I go through that door
Or
last
did you
time?
just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running
Have you
from
seen
button
the,
to
new
button,
button?
screen
Don't
to
think I
screen,
have.
clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
Right.
But you really believe there's an
3.
answer? How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a
Thanks very much for
solution?
the follow, little
10,
friend. Thank you.
100, 1,000? I look forward to finding out and to
Welcome to
watching the
stream.
bomb go off each time you fail. Just you and me and the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again.
I love this ending.
And Stanley died again. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
I didn't know what to do with the numbers. I was hitting the buttons, but nothing was happening.
I don't know if you can stop it.
Oh, okay. Oh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
But no, thanks for all the new follows today. I hope you guys have a lovely day. Welcome to stream.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
Have you got the Rocket League ending yet?
No.
No.
I don't know that one. Go for the
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
We're
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this no? Never mind. The bucket was wrong.
We go this way?
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Yeah, I think
said the
the
bucket.
lift is there.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Or do that.
Yeah. Beautiful ending.
It's the best ending. We died with the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Bucket, where
Stanley
are you?
decided to go to the meeting room.
Bucket,
Where
back.
are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be... Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind.
Nah.
The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Before, it didn't do anything.
It does now. We shall see.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Oh, this game! I forgot about this.
We
this
care about you, Stanley.
You see,
like
your
artsy
friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley.
The broom closet
We've come together here because
is
we
like one
care
of our
about you
friends.
very much. It's this bucket
computer.
you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet.
Yeah, the Adventure
because
Line. You
that's
never got
what
the Adventure
fans want
Line.
from a sequel. They
Basically,
want more
he
of
has
their
enough of
favorite
you on
jokes,
point.
not
He
this
just gives you yellow lines
bucket
full
that
of
they've
you
never
fucking
seen
else.
before.
Okay.
No, we haven't got the baby
Yes, I
ending.
know
Don't
I'm the
have to
one who
get the
gave you
baby
the
ending.
bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
All red line blue.
There's a baby ending.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue? Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
I'm not giving up the bucket. You sod off, I'm not giving up the bucket.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
No.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
No, we're not parting ways.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and go. Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Are you reading up about different endings?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Christ.
We got quite a few of them.
Right, so we've done that one. How do we get like some of the other ones? Do you know? Or...
I want to try and find the baby, but I can't.
A good bucket. A strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
That's the direction I'm gonna go.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Okay.
Is this a bucket?
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket? Okay, let's begin.
Oh, God.
What is a bucket?
We'll find out.
Item 1. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a
No,
bucket,
it's a
not an
bucket. That's still a
actual
bucket. What is a bucket but something that can carry something?
Item 3. Is this a bucket? Correct.
Oh.
This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yes, you can put something in it and carry it. It's a bucket.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
What?
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago, I could answer these questions with
Bucket
confidence.
is love. Bucket is
Yet
love.
now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
No.
Okay.
No.
Here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait,
Because everything's a bucket.
was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not
we're
a
not
bucket
buckets.
either.
What the fuck does that mean?
Oh, this is
Everything's a bucket.
You're
wonderful
so fucking
news.
weird,
We're not
narrator. If you think
buckets.
we're a bucket.
Yes,
course
I
you're
actually
not a
feel
bucket.
much
We're
more at
sorry.
ease right
Stanley.
now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Yay!
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Ah, we like our buckets.
Everything's a bucket.
Bucket is love.
How long
Bucket
was
is
I
life.
sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Ah, the embrace of an old
bucket.
friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Go the same way without the bucket.
What?
Begin the game.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling
Go
him
the same way,
that the
but I'll do
employee
that,
lounge was
Yeah,
simply
you
the
need to do it
place
without
to
the
be.
bucket, yeah.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took
That
the door on his
destroyer
left
thing. What was
to
that
go
destroyer
back to
thing?
the meeting
What do you
room.
mean destroyer?
I'll put the bucket in the bucket destroyer.
Oh, yeah. Let's do that.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly
This is where we
convinced
just
that the
were.
bucket
You should have
had
the same
spoken
ending.
to him, and he unthinkingly
short,
did
though,
whatever the bucket asked.
Look at the bucket. What is a bucket quiz?
Oh, for fudge's sake.
Ooh, that's nice.
What happens if I press that begin the game again?
I don't know.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless...
I suppose
What
we
if
could do
the
it again,
problem
but
is
just
that
do it
you
all
actually
X,
don't
X,
know
X.
what
Yeah.
is a
Say
bucket
nothing's
and
a
what
bucket.
isn't
Yeah.
a bucket? I
Instead of
suppose
everything's
that
a
would
bucket.
explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed
Oh, there,
quickly
Bliss is
and
on the same
properly.
brave
So
level
much
as
of
me.
the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
A fizzy sweet.
No, I'm alright. I might have something in a bit though.
I'm gonna save you that one. I think you'll like it.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
I'm going down the left with the bucket.
Item
Okay.
1. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
We can just get all the answers right this time.
All the answers right.
Yeah.
No, but that's what we
Item
did last
2.
time.
No,
Is
no,
this
as in
a
you answer the
bucket?
questions right. Rather than just say everything's a bucket.
Correct. It is a 3D printed
next one
recreation
is a
of a bucket,
next one
not
is a
an
bucket.
actual bucket.
Or you can say you don't know what a bucket is and just no.
Item
Well, I'm
3.
literally just saying no
Is this
for
a
all of them.
bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest,
Bucket.
I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Nothing is a bucket.
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless... Is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
No.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry, but I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything
I was
disappear?
hoping it was going to be something a bit different.
Was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket.
But maybe that's the true thing.
God, I have
Everything
no
is a
idea.
bucket, though.
How could... Except
Even though
me.
you think it's not, but it is a
I'm
bucket.
not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not
Well,
a
that's
bucket
just
either.
confirmed it. Everything is a
this
bucket.
Wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything, and we'll put back
Yes,
all of the buckets.
everything is a bucket.
Okay?
Remember
and
that.
we'll know that
All
it's
right, Jim.
all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Right, we're going to do the thing... Well,
No bucket, but we're going to jump off again.
we got that one, and we got the bucket.
All of his
destroyer.
co-workers were
Yeah, let's
gone.
just do the
What
no
could it
bucket
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and
Yes, it is
Stanley
the
knew it
correct
perfectly
way.
well. Perhaps he wanted to stop
This
by
is
the
my
employee
way.
lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It was okay, that was it.
Eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No, we're not doing the bucket one first because we need some time. Besides, this one's
Stanley
fine.
was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for
What if you go
others?
down the-
Are you that convinced that I want something
Ooh.
bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
Oh, doors.
Let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on
collectible here, there
your
you go.
side. Give me a chance. Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley?
Figlies?
What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by
Over half
one?
now.
Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Okay.
What do we want? What are we looking for?
Bucket.
No, we're back in the original game now. No bucket.
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Where did you come from?
I don't know.
Oh, no.
No, wait. Where are you going? Right.
Right.
Where were we?
We are feeling a state of bliss. Thank you, I'm very funny. Right, leave.
I'm enjoying myself.
Oh, sorry, enjoy it then.
Oh no! Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think. No! Oh, thank God you lived. You have me worried there for a moment. Now, no, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
Again.
Stanley?
One more time.
Let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly? Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, that was emotional.
Is it over?
Make sure to watch.
It's going to restart, isn't it?
Yes, Take
back.
Two is all out on YouTube now as well. So if you haven't missed it, it's out on the gaming channel.
Yeah, Bliss, you gotta watch us play together.
That was a bloody.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So no bucket. You know it's hard to resist the bucket.
I missed the bucket.
We can destroy it soon.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I really like those watermelon sweets.
They were quite nice. They were.
Stanley was so bad at
too
following
sharp.
directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I'm gonna be buying some more.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
Blue door.
Let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
No.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly.
Behind you.
Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
For a little spin bucket. There you go. If people haven't checked out the gaming channel, we do have it there as well. So if you do miss the beginning of obviously I was playing Stanley, I will be putting this up on YouTube and soon. So if you do want to catch like the beginning of it where you
I'm
missed
going
it.
to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Free?
Yeah, it gives him no information because it's middle ground.
Oh, okay.
Oh, of course. A 3. Really? Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual opinion, you know? Any level of critical thinking or engagement with your surroundings? Does that sound good? Think we can do that? Yes?
In the middle one always means nothing.
Wonderful. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Is it gonna go to me? This is you.
You are last.
Lovely.
Right, go through the other door.
Infect that one.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice.
Joe.
But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience. You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here?
Anyway, that's why the baby was there.
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
Turn around.
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity.
Yeah.
So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Yeah. People, honestly, think now, would you want to watch a Firewatch stream? Yes or no to that? Because it's a game I've got downloaded. I do want to play at some point. But would you want to see that? Fireworks. Very pretty.
It's a very pretty.
Oh no. No, it can't be.
But no, you've been into this game a lot more than I thought, so maybe you will really enjoy Firewatch.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
So anyway, that was your Firewatch. Now
we're Rocket League.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here.
Yeah.
Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
What's the goal?
Yeah. Do a goal yourself.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun. Hold on. What are you doing? Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you.
You're behind the
How
game
will you
now.
write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
So we're now away from the narrator.
I'm all alone. Oh.
Oh, it's the original Stanley Parable because it was a Half-Life mod.
Oh, was it?
And that's what we're in now. Oh, I didn't know that.
Neither did I. Actually, I didn't even know before playing this today.
Yeah, you didn't know anything about the game before today. I made sure you didn't know anything about it before you played it. So that's what we're in.
Oh.
I thought these walls looked familiar.
Oh.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice. And if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
The end is never the end.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
Me and
the
my
bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the direct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better? Never mind. The bucket was wrong.
417's interesting.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Doors.
And so the
thought
two of
they were
them
locked.
detoured
Yeah,
through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
There's one office you can get in, but I can never which one.
Is it 417 by any chance?
Apparently it is. That's what I just said.
Oh.
Bitch.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere.
Anyway, you figured out who the
The
baby
bucket
is now,
isn't
and the
even
book
from the
was.
original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that
Because we've got
matter,
a bucket,
Stanley.
so it's
Classic
different.
characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite
There's
jokes,
your
not
baby,
this
though.
bucket that they've never seen before.
Makes sense though now the
Yes,
baby.
I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure
just
Line
so you
go
know,
somewhere
Joe, we're
new.
trying to get the
Yes,
bucket
yes,
destroyed this
that's
time,
what the
then we're gonna
fans want.
do
Let's
about
do
it.
it.
Yeah, then we'll go down without
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
No, we haven't answered them
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all
Been
those
together too
great
long. We've
jokes
both
from
got
the
dancing
original
at the same
dialogue?
time.
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the
Time
bucket.
chat.
That's
The
why
bucket's
I'm
gotta
very
go.
proud to introduce
I've
a
already done
brand
this
new
once.
character.
That's why he's running
This
through all
is the
text.
Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character
this
with
is
so much
ready.
personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket,
Bye,
and then
Bucket.
pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer
Yeah, can't
until you
destroy it.
crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Can't destroy the bucket.
It's too powerful.
Bucket is real. Bucket is...
The Bucket Destroyer.
Did you know
My
the,
prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding
Really?
stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Right, so we've got to do that bit now, but
Do the same again without the bucket.
without the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
Well,
decided to
she
go
can't
to the
destroy a
meeting
bucket.
room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bucket lives on forever.
By the way, we have named the narrator Wallace because he sounds like Wallace.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the
Cheese,
correct
vomit,
way to the meeting
cheese.
room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It's fine.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Down we go, down we go.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
You love the rustling of papers gimmicks, don't you?
Now, let's see. We went down, right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Okay.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I can't remember.
There's no bucket now.
There's no bucket.
You can. Go to the 2 doors.
When Stanley...
Huh?
Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on.
You're so confused.
Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Where do you want to go? You've got the whole office to explore now. Oh my god, you can tell it's midnight. Back rooms now.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Go back to the 2 doors.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Well, we're not back to restart yet, so... Because now we've got no doors.
Huh?
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything? Aha! I knew we'd missed something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Bliss needs an emotional support bucket.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job.
We won the game. Now it's time for bed.
Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about
narrator,
this at
let's
all.
have it.
We both know you didn't put in any actual work for
We
that
did.
win.
We put in so much
Some
work.
people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Oh.
And now we got the adventure
All right,
line.
I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed
That's
the
our other
help
friend
of
that
the
was in the room
Stanley
that we forgot.
Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
This is our other friend.
Oh. Took me a different way.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying
how
a
Jane
journey
follows
such that a
the line.
destination is
It
inevitably
wiggles.
conjured into being via the very manifestation of the
eyesight is
nature
following
of
the line.
life itself? Whoa,
You never know, you might
Hang
miss
on.
something.
That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit
we
of
do like
music
a
to
bit of
lighten
music,
the
don't we?
mood. Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern.
Go back and look at that fern, Dane. You like a fern?
Stanley,
Look at that
this
plant.
fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully.
Right, how many
You
leaves?
won't want to miss anything.
You do like a fern.
I do.
If you remember it.
I remember.
Anyway, where's our music?
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart. You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Okay.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it. and we should be fine.
Why is so much of what he's saying trademarked? It said don't acknowledge it, TM.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in
Adventure
our
line to help us.
control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each
love
door
this.
has to lead somewhere. Which means
Whee!
that somewhere
Doesn't have
at
to
the
stand
place where
still,
we're
doesn't it?
trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting
it.
from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory
you've
for
done it
logic.
now.
Come, Stanley. Our destiny awaits.
Ah.
The confusion ending.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion
Everything
ending.
you've done.
You're
So
telling
you
me
went to the meeting room.
that's what
the
this
maintenance
is?
Room,
It's all one giant
restart
ending?
the game, then you did this.
And we're
restart the
supposed to
game.
restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again.
restart.
Then what? Am I just supposed to
Fifth
forget?
restart.
Well, what if I don't want to forget?
Yeah, this is where we're at the
My
moment.
mind goes blank simply because it's written
We've
here
done
on
the
this,
adventure line
this
again.
thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it.
That's the whole
I
point,
won't
it's the
do
confusion
it.
ending.
I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you... All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Bucket.
Stanley decided not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Left.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Gotta get me a different ending?
I don't know. The intro was different, wasn't it?
Yeah. It is Bucket. Bucket is back. We don't know if we're gonna get a different ending or not.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Can't jump, can I?
So walk on that box, cardboard box down there.
Nope.
There is an ending where you can jump up the side here.
Where is it?
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next, Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
I feel like I need to go to B&Q tomorrow to buy a bucket.
We've got two in our garden.
No, it's not the bucket.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now. But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision?
Yeah, 'cause he
What if
said
a
it.
crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been
intro.
trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere
Right.
except
Yeah,
badly.
trays.
The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be
Pick up the
happy
bucket and come back in here.
forever. I will be happy.
Door closes behind you.
Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Right.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What's that room? 4...
Go back. Try that one. 417.
472.
Just past it. 417. That one.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
You can go jump over the edge without the bucket now.
True.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Feels weird not having my bucket.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
Just go.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind
going.
Control Facility.
We're going to keep walking straight ahead. So far ahead.
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the Mind Control Facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job, you did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. Railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
We did it.
Good ending. Right. I'm gonna need you to walk to the boss's office.
All of his co-workers were
as you
gone.
walk through the door,
What could it
walk back
mean?
quickly.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting
And
room.
exit.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Not in the broom closet anymore now.
Oh.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
So you say going in there and back out?
Yeah, walk through the door, but then walk back out.
Like that.
So. though, so go back to that door behind you and see if it's open. That's how you know you've done it. No. So go back in.
Here's the door.
Now all these doors are open. So go back. Go all the way back to your office.
Really has.
Yeah. Our broom gossip shenanigans are over.
It's one thing I will say is really quite impressive. Is like the fact it feels like you're progressing each time, but
you're restarting.
Yeah.
It's weird, yeah.
Go up there, or am I lifted?
We're going to the escape pod. There's no buttons on the lift, is there? What's the other side?
I was only gonna play this for an hour.
Mm-hmm. I'm all for it.
Ah.
Just because you went through that door, the narrator goes.
Oh.
So go back to the boss's office.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
That's my cupboard.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I will say as well, people, if you are new watching the stream, you haven't followed yet, make sure you do. Yeah, much appreciated. What am I doing in the boss's office?
Right, go in it this time.
Here's the door, just go.
Elevator,
Mm-hmm.
and then go in the elevator.
Mm-hmm.
And go down. Go back in the elevator and go up.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
Right. I'm gonna go back down.
Back down again.
Yeah. Just get out to make it light up.
Can't. That's the office, see if it does anything.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat. Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
You never guess what you're gonna do next.
Go back up.
Yep.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator.
Okay.
I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
What's in there? What's there going to be in there?
Gotta keep doing this until he takes you somewhere else.
Oh my god. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this.
Okay, we'll wait for him.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
Just give us a moment.
It's a lot to process, guys.
All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Alright, go back down the left.
Are we going back up by any chance?
Oh, yeah.
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
So how many actual endings is there to this game?
I don't know.
That's the question. We're gonna...
There are 19.
19. I don't even know how many we've done.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate, and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years, and it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you, which is why... Oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here. Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
World's healthiest human being. The guy who went to live on Mars. How we did it. The pyramids. Stanley. Evening with
Ah, yes. Here it is.
Stanley's
just through this door.
Tonight on stage.
All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry. You'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you.
Oh, excuse me.
Go get them.
Top ended.
Right, I'm going to need you to go up that lift, but this time we're not jumping off, we're going just up.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I forgot about that.
I realised we just went the same lift like 50 times.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Okay, go straight.
Straight.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha.
That's why the mannequin was in our
come
room
on.
at the end of our Friends.
Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley. Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Well done.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations.
The bucket was
Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it. You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, Maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button.
Die.
And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Ow. Collect the bucket.
We're getting the bucket!
All of his co-workers were gone. What
This
could
is
it
the last
mean?
ending we're gonna do.
Stanley decided to
Because all
go
the
to the
other ones
meeting
aren't
room.
really that worth it.
Perhaps he had...
Oh, okay.
It takes a lot of humility to
So
carry
now
a
we're gonna
bucket
collect
so
all the minifigures and then
magnificent.
we'll do that in
Stanley checked his ego
Okey-doke.
and then proceeded onward.
Where am I going?
So go to the stairs.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest
Left
and
door?
entered the door
Yes,
on his
yeah,
left.
go to
Yeah.
the stairs. So instead of the ones you use to go to the boss, but
Yeah.
you're going down instead.
Yay!
So you've got the broom.
Stanley,
closet and
we
you've got the-
must move on from this broom
Yeah,
closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers.
Right.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Look under the bottom of the stairs. There's one there.
Hey!
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anlarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anlarines. None of us can.
Back to the whiteboard. I don't know if you can go back to it.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotion, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
Get back here.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Figurines about the bucket. I assume you.
Of course we need buckets.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Yeah, just do it.
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next, Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here.
So we're going to do one more.
So they
ending
set
and
up a
it'll
little
be it.
couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps.
Oh, we've done a freaking load of them.
After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful
There's
for when the
one where you
bucket
can
was
glitch
craving
through a window in the
paninis.
office and fall through. And
But
then
it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some
You know,
time,
that's
Stanley
not
realized
what zero
that it had been
trying to do.
ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility.
Yeah. We could,
This
we might
lack
get a
of
trophy
closure
for
began
it.
to eat at him.
get
Soon he
nothing
was
for it,
dwelling on
according
his
to the
regrets, and the state
narrator.
of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket
Honestly,
deeply.
it's give and take.
Stanley
in
wasn't
relationship.
usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path.
She's like,
It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
Oh, Christ. Oh, back here.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I never took the bucket last time I went over this. But I'm not.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
A large room, lots of boxes. I'm not meant to be in here, am I? But to be fair, this isn't the
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real life.
Oh, such.
Begin the game again. She's woken.
Yeah, she came downstairs. Because I said hi to us.
I'll do that then.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
This here.
Ah, yeah.
Oh, it's over there.
That's what you want to follow.
Ooh, we'll go that way in a minute. What's it?
And there it is, the last Stiggly
We got
Wiggly.
it.
Savor this moment, Stanley.
it.
This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Oh.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off. You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Got no balloons about. Oh, we've done this, haven't we? Yeah, sad. Oh. Huh?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Okay.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Hey?
What? This is where we found the second one.
Oh, I get it.
Going through the memories now. So go look at the other one.
And here was the second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember? No. The red and blue door room was the 4th place you found a Stanley, not the 3rd. Well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know what? If the red and blue door room feels like the 3rd place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments? Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Okay.
This was the 5th mini stand, and this one was really something special. It was under the stairs. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Oh my Christ.
The quality. It's a slideshow.
This is like a bloody, like, Windows. Yeah.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
That was great.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here in the warehouse. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like. And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Okay.
Okay, yes. This spot in the warehouse. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
No.
I do remember the video.
Yes, I love that video. Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one. This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Collect them all. Oh, we're back here.
Collectibles. Jump circle.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the
Bucket
past
content.
is. I want more. More memories. Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
For God's sake.
And before everything else, there was your office.
Oh no.
Is there anything else?
told you
Was
you-
there
you
something that
still
came
need to
before your
yeah.
office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes,
can't remember.
I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
It's different. Do I take the bucket or not?
I don't know.
Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
You gotta make sure. There might be a chance I might get enough sticker.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Don't do it. Yeah, oh, it's been a lot of
Stanley and the
lines.
bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, mind control facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
It's okay, bucket. It's okay, Jim's here.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Menu?
Yeah.
But I'm currently doing...
Yeah, don't worry about that. You're just going to get the same ending you've already got.
Yeah, but it says one more ending.
Yeah, this is what I'm doing. You're just going to get the same ending you've already got. Quit the menu.
I was just
Nah, we haven't done it. If we'd done everything we needed to, it would say epilogue ending here. But it doesn't matter. We've done everything. We're not going to get anything new. So.
Oh, cause I just thought it was on that last bit there. It's like, let's do one more.
Yeah. It just lets you start again. But no, we've done all the good ones.
Fair dues. I like the fact it now says 2.
Yeah.
No, that was quite surprisingly good. It's very like endless, like kind of like I think I've already said, like it feels like you're progressing but doing it the same again on and off. I'd give the game a bucket out of 10. Yes.
Bliss didn't know by the end of the day that they would love a bucket so much.
Oh, neither did I. Honestly, that was really enjoyable. I was going to enjoy it more than I thought I did. I'm kind of glad I didn't know nothing about it. Really did kind of add to the experience of playing this. Really surprising.
Yeah, we did everything but the epilogue ending, but there's so much setup for that you need to do. I'm too tired.
Epilogue? What do you mean, like?
It's just something. So if you've done it all, here it would say epilogue mode.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
no.
you have to like trigger free conversations. You have to do it after you've done the collectibles. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
There's a lot. But does that count as completing the game, sure or not?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
We've done all the main story endings. Yeah. We got the credits like second ending, so.
True.
We've done all the main endings.
Yay! Game number 4
I think
done.
the collectible was the main one, yeah. Yeah, I'd say you completed this game.
That was enjoyable. That was
I'm
good.
really surprised you enjoyed it so much.
Yeah, that really kind of kicks me on. I wanted to give Firewatch a go.
Yeah. No, like Firewatch isn't the same vibe as this, but Firewatch is very much walking and listening to people saying stuff.
Yeah.
And like, because there's a lot of like radio back and forth.
Yeah, so you got to listen and that.
So there's a lot of listening. So yeah, if you were fine with this, then yeah, I think you would do. Yeah, Firewatch.
No, I definitely will give that a go. But that was enjoyable, and I loved that.